Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me today for some more of this. I hope you'll all apologize. I've updated my notifications, and in the process of doing that, it seems that now they're being played double for the streams. So hopefully I've just been able to fix that, but you'll all have to let me know. Actually, we could maybe run another test, and I'll just play that last one back again. We'll see.
Much obliged.
That's not still coming through twice, is it? And thank you, Clockwork. I hope all of you are well. I hope everyone's doing okay. Oh, just once. Okay, good. Excellent. It's fixed then. Thank you, guys. Alright, well, good. Now that nothing else is on fire, I hope that everybody is having an alright day, or evening, or afternoon, or whatever time it is in your part of the world. And I am looking forward to wrapping up this playthrough so that I can, well, begin working on another build maybe, but also I'm curious as to how some of the other games run on PS5, so I'm thinking I might maybe mess around with that in the future as well. But for the time being, I think maybe I should try and stay focused on what's right in front of me. We have still... What do we have left? We have 1 3 and 1 4. And we have, I think, 3 3. Oh, and I guess also 3 2. We never did 3 2, did we? Kerrig, take-home exams are the best. Well, as far as exams go, because exams suck, but when you get to take it home and do it in the comfort of your own home and use your own reference materials. Yeah, Dolo, I've heard that the games that are actually able to take advantage of the improved hardware run really well. It's just that apparently not all of those games are able to do that, because I've been hearing all kinds of things. And as a matter of fact, I very briefly tested it myself with trying to run Bloodborne here on the PS5, and, well, it doesn't run any better on the PS5 than it did on the PS4. Oh, Kerrig, that's sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, well, actually, we will only need... Hang on, let me check. Adjudicator's Shield +4. So we need one more Colorless Demon Soul to max out the Adjudicator's Shield, which will give us the fastest regeneration speed from that. Glad to hear that, Alex. I'm glad you're not overloaded. Yeah, Dolo, and of course, FromSoft not knowing how to optimize their games for better hardware. Or not caring, because... Maybe sometime in the future, if we're incredibly lucky, maybe we'll get a version of Bloodborne that's actually optimized for the PS5. Gee, I sure am glad the pipes in my house didn't freeze this winter, so I didn't get any leaks. Let's do 1 3. Oh, is that why, Dolo? God of War just has an uncapped frame rate? Okay. Oh, screw the Chalice dungeons, Dolo. Those are hands down the worst content in Bloodborne. Absolutely the freaking worst. Hey, do you guys like lazy, low-effort filler? No? Great, we figured out an awesome way to pad out the really short base game. Yeah, Alex, we dealt with Ostrava, and we dealt with, pretty much everything on the way. Yeah, okay. Do I have all of the... Yes, I do. Okay. That's a lot of late moon grass. I don't remember these guys dropping this much late moon grass. Oh, there he is. I almost attacked you, idiot. What are you doing? Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, no, Dolo, and the fact that you have to redo them on every new character that you create in order to be able to access a small handful of exclusive, but in some cases really important gear is ridiculous. And that, yeah, I was about to say, Dolo, don't get me started on gem farming. The RNG hell that is gem farming. This guy right here. Hey, Mantis Man, good to see you. Yeah, Clint, the majority of the enemies that either only appear in the Chalice dungeons or that mostly appear in the Chalice dungeons have that problem. Alright, where are my soul remains? Are you kidding? Am I out of soul remains? Bloody hell. Fine. We're just gonna speedrun it. Okay, or we're gonna get stuck on crap. Let's try that again.
Well, thanks.
Oh, Sugar Crow, thank you so much for the gift sub to Alex. Yeah, I changed my notifications around so that I can actually hear them now. So that hopefully I won't miss it if somebody donates or... Look at these idiots. I also finally set up a single notification for when somebody gifts multiple subs at a time. So we don't have to sit through Hawkeye Goth giving us Lord Gwyn's blessings 50 times. I probably should, Clint, but I do know how to do this run without them. I just need to remember not to get stuck on stuff. What happened, Sagari? What's this? What do we got? Oh! Oh, okay, Sagari. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm really glad. I see you went for the Microsoft unobtainable console. And I see you actually got it. Congratulations. Hello, Nix. Welcome. Sagari, I'm genuinely happy for you, man. Congrats. No, Nix. We literally just started. Okay, I also have to remember not to let that happen. Oh, that's right, Sagari, because cross-compat with Steam in at least some cases. That makes sense. Hey, Marisat! Okay. I was not anticipating that dog jumping through the okay, but then it just walked into it. Amazing. With a video? Yeah, Dolo, as long as it's suitable for work, go for it. Oh, come on. I can't exactly take a look at it now, Dolo, but... Wait, what did that say? Friends should go here first. Very good. Oh, damn it, but I can't... I have to kill these idiots because otherwise they will kill Ostrava. Man. The camera in this game when you're locked on. Ugh. Hey, Vinny, welcome. Fine then, I guess. Okay, so ideally what we want to do is lure these guys over here. Not like that, though. A-R-I-O-N-A, Karog. Alright, fine. I am clearly not up to the task of speedrunning this. So instead... that was a fat roll. I didn't even realize. Because of the shield, probably. Because I didn't... Okay. Alright, well... That's easily remedied. First things first, though. Oh. That was a little too much damage. Wow, Sugar Crow. And your classmates complain about you? That is ridiculous. Amazing, Sugar Crow. I hope you told your teacher about that. Because that is some shit. Don't ever send that guy any assignments again. My god. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's a lot more damage than I remember these boulders doing. Put on the thief ring as well. Yeah, Sagari, if you're not sure you're interested, it never hurts to get it on sale. Alright. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but exactly, I was gonna say, it is still a dick move. That was just somebody who doesn't care about you at all. Just thoughtlessly taking advantage of you like he somehow has the right. Or thinks he has the right. That's somebody I would personally not interact with again. Or actually, Sugar Crow, even better, next time he asks you for an assignment, give him one that has all the wrong answers. And, like, put the name of a dictator or a really terrible person in the name field on the test. Like, give him a test with all troll answers. From Pol Pot or something. And see how the teacher likes that. That'll teach him to ever copy a test from you again without asking. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but you don't like being taken advantage of. Nor should you let anybody. Exactly, Clint. Alright, let's try this one more time. Never mind lazy, Hovey, it's just flagrantly disrespectful and selfish. There we are. As I was saying... Oh, good, a great axe. As I was saying, let's speedrun this. Because, of course, a good speedrunner takes time to pick up all the items. JLU Entropy, you can achieve this with pretty nearly any bow. You don't specifically need this one. It's not actually the bow that's doing this amount of damage. It's the Morian Blade and the Clever Rat Ring. It's their effects stacking multiplicatively with each other due to my health being low enough to trigger them. Alright, so Bjor should be waiting inside. Oh no, shouldn't have stood so close to the fog gate. Oh, no you don't! Bjorn, now would be a real good time for that assist. There we go. We make a great team, Bjorn. GG.
One more demon down.
He doesn't have quite the enthusiasm on that line read that he did in the original, but... That's correct, Andrew P. Basically, the way this works is that the Morian Blade and the Clever Rat's Ring have the same effect. The Morian Blade's effect is slightly more powerful than the Ring's, but they stack together in a multiplicative manner. So what you can do is you can wear the Morian Blade on your back and hold some other weapon in both hands. Or alternatively, if you're using a magic build, you can have the Morian Blade in your offhand, which is what it's really meant to be equipped in, and you can then have a catalyst or a talisman in your main hand, and you can use that to cast your spells, and your spells will then benefit from the full attack boost of the Morian Blade. That's true. Well, he's 11 years older, Clint, but yeah, fair enough. Oh. Ombasa. Yes, indeed. Bjorn, my boy.
Fine work back there. Then again, how could a demon ever stand up to a bona fide knight? Nah, you go on ahead. I must be getting older. I need some rest.
Although, ironically, that line about how he's getting older is now true in a very, very meta sense, isn't it? Yeah, Andrew P. So, this setup is known as a hyper mode setup. Because it's basically, it turns you into a glass cannon. In order to activate the effects of the Morian Blade and the Clever Rat Ring, your health needs to be below, I believe it's 30%. It might be a little bit lower than that. So you essentially have to run around at critically low health all the time. So if an enemy sneezes on you, you die. But at the same time, if you sneeze on an enemy, they die. So this is good for ranged builds especially, because as you've just seen, it lets you deal death at long enough range where you're usually not terribly close to harm's way. While somewhat riskier, it is also viable for a melee build, especially if you're using a weapon like the Large Sword of Moonlight, which is unblockable and just goes through shields as though they're not there. Or even more if you're using a weapon like the Northern Regalia, which has the highest attack power achievable in the entire game if you wield it in hyper mode. The Northern Regalia, if I remember correctly, in hyper mode with pure black or pure white character tendency to max out its hidden scaling bonuses, it can achieve a combined attack power of, I think, 1596, which has you doing like 2,000 damage per swing to most bosses. Pretty much, Chermo. I'm a Scarface kind of guy. I like standing on the razor's edge, you know? Oh, if you already use the Moonlight Sword, Andrew P., then you've got half of a super overpowered build already. Oh, very good, Sugar Crow. He looks comfy. Then again, he always looks comfy in every picture you take. I don't think I've ever seen this cat not lying down curled up like this. Clint knows. Clint knows what's up. All right, Bjorn. Well, you enjoy your nappy time. God, I hate that phrase. Okay, where do I need to go? What area do I need to... Oh, you know what? There we go. Okay, yes. Boletaria's world tendency, I think, is pure white now. Which means I need to go somewhere else to get rid of this body form so that I don't screw it up. You know, actually, Stonefang. No, Hovey, I'm online. It's just... in order to manipulate world tendency... Well, no, Shermo. Ordinarily you would, but I want pure black tendency in Stonefang. For farming purposes. So yeah, normally you would jump off a ledge in the Nexus, but since this is basically a free ephemeral eye stone for moving an area toward pure black world tendency, it'd be a waste to go suicide in the Nexus. So let me go grab my souls actually before I leave. And then back to Boletaria. And now we can go loot the execution grounds. Oh, and you know what? Actually, even before we do that, I want to go grab the Storm Ruler from storage for this. That. Rest of this is fine. Okay, yeah.
I can forge weapons. You come back alive.
I was worried sick.
Alright. I might need to put the Blessed Mace back in. Oh, I went and farmed the remaining Faint Stone to upgrade this to +5 off stream so that you guys wouldn't have to sit through that. Boy, I tell you what, as much quality of life as they've added in the remake, they sure didn't make it any easier to get Faint Stone chunks from those stupid shamans. Alright, there's my old friend. That's what I need. Okay. There are a couple of really specific PvP setups that do Karug. The main PvP setup that uses the Storm Ruler is basically, I mean, it's kind of a one-trick pony. It involves you knock somebody down with the Storm Ruler, and then you stand on top of them and cast Firestorm or God's Wrath as they're getting back up. And then that sends them flying and knocks them down again. And then you just spam some fresh spice, or old spice rather, aged spice, I'm sorry, it's called now. And then you go over and spam Firestorm on them as they're getting back up again. Dalo, I do not know that I agree with you on that. As bad as Pure Bladestone is, you only need 1 Pure Bladestone per weapon, whereas you need 3 gems per weapon in Bloodborne. So it seems to me that the Chalice dungeons are far, far worse. Plus, it's even harder to get the freaking gem you need from a Chalice dungeon than it is to get the Bladestone, because Pure Bladestone is pure Bladestone, whereas you can get a gem with the right main effect in Bloodborne, but if it has a curse that you can't tolerate, like if you get the gem you want, but it has decreases HP per second -9, well, too bad, I guess. Gotta go get another copy of that gem. Oh, come on. Well, there she goes. Later, loser. You can't possibly mean to tell me she survived that. There is no possible way. There we go. Anyway, as I was saying... To get one pure Bladestone, Dalo? How many gems did you actually try to farm in the Chalice dungeons? And did you try to farm the ones that had the most unfavorable drop rates? Like the stuff you need for the... Moonlight Greatsword. It is Soul Pice, however, you can now climb ladders faster. Alright, so let's see if I can... There we go. And then a back step. And here's the Colorless Demon's Soul. And then we aim this way using the bow, so we don't have to risk turning around. Then we aim this way using the bow. And we step ever so carefully. And then ever so carefully again. And there we are. Send the whole damn thing to storage. It's still called the Brushwood set, even though that is almost certainly a mistranslation of brass shod. Yeah, right, Clint? You see, climbing back up this ladder in the original used to take 15 minutes. Thankfully, they've implemented the faster ladder climbing from the later Souls games. Also, I'm not grabbing the item on that corpse because it's a worthless ring that I don't need. And that's just a soul, I think. Either way, I do not care. Those are also all just souls. During my first couple of playthroughs, Cherno, yeah. Because that's how you learn the correct route to drop down through the rafters to get that soul. No, Hovey, I don't think they did either. Although it's pretty clear that they did take some poetic liberty with renaming some of the other items, like Sticky White Stuff, to Sticky White Slime. Which is mildly disappointing to me, but only mildly, because Sticky White Slime is still almost as bad, frankly. Or maybe in a way even worse. That can go in. Oh, I got some firebombs from somewhere.
We are indebted to you.
There's no way, Venetia. It's a mistranslation because of, almost certainly, in fact, because of how the phrase brass shod would be spelled in katakana.
No.
Because it's phonetically ambiguous when you try to translate it to English. Especially, we talked about this during the past couple of streams, it's especially ambiguous when all that gets sent to the localization team is a game script without any actual game assets.
Yep, I'm that good.
So the localization team doesn't have any context to give them a better sense of what they're supposed to translate the katakana into. Entropy, the benefit to Soul Level 4 is still the same as it is at higher levels. Arguably maybe a little bit more significant just because it completely obviates any need for lower tier healing grass. Like, matter of fact, if we... because I need to go kill the red dragon anyway. And I'm going to need hyper mode for that. Yeah, maybe, Venetia, but it doesn't make as much sense. Chermo, that was Patches, and it's his original voice actor. It's still Will Vanderpooy. Okay. That, and this, and also this. And I might actually... since I do intend to use this build for co-op at low levels, I might actually level it up to Soul Level 11, because that's the upper maximum limit at which it can still interact with people as low as Soul Level 1, which basically is just base level Royals, because that's the only class that starts that low. There we go. There's the clever rat ring effect activated. And we're gonna get the dragon to go do his thing. Okay. So the trick to getting through here is... and in the original, the dragon used to despawn if you went too far back into the tunnel. You wait for him to get right about there, and then you just book it after he's toasted the bridge once already and gotten rid of all the obstacles. And then by the time he can see you and do anything about the fact that you've run across the bridge, it's already too late. Okay. Yeah, Nick, they definitely made the fire effect on the bridge much clearer, so it's easier to see exactly where the danger zone is now. Okay, I think it's the rightmost crenellation we want to... Hey, Beard and Pipe, welcome! You can do that, Andropy, but it's a lot more dangerous, because if you screw up your spacing even a little bit, you get hit, and that's no good. This is my preferred method, because absolutely every class can use a bow of at least some kind. And on mage classes, you don't even need a bow. You can just use God's Wrath, because he'll fly right through it. True as well, Dolo. Oh, okay, I guess I got him. Well, no more dragon for me. No more red dragon, at least. Yes, Karog, they are, and in fact, in the original version of the game, their souls were called small and large flame scale demon souls, respectively, and it looks like they still are, in fact. Small scaled flame demon soul. Soul of the Crimson Drake demon, a source of great power. Okay, so they've changed its name. It's now the Crimson Drake. Alright. It used to be called the Red Flying Dragon, I think, which is just a flat, literal translation of Akai Hiryu. Literally just Red Flying Dragon. Hey, Artista, welcome! Typically in Japanese games and media, when they use the term Hiryu, which literally the two kanji used to spell that term translate to flying dragon, typically it ends up getting translated into English as wyvern rather than dragon. Which is an interesting localization choice. Well, Soulpice, you'll be happy to know that most, if not all, of the original builds still work the way they're supposed to. They're still viable, other than the really broken, bonkers crap like running Firestorm no longer works. Well, Shermo, just because of the discrepancies between a wyvern, a dragon, and what sometimes in certain mythologies is called a worm, W-Y-R-M. Yeah, that's the thing that hurts me the most, Dalo, is the Stockpile Thomas bug is gone. So, no more convenient offline build farming. Although at the very least it is still possible to back up your save data and then trade stuff that you have to somebody else online and then download your save data and get it back again. But for some stupid reason, Bluepoint has decided that they don't want to let people trade rings online anymore, so you can now no longer drop rings. Okay. These guys... There we go. That's a nice little trick for, activating hyper mode in a pinch. Now... my shiny little friend over there can get absolutely wrecked. Oh, okay, there's Metis. Oh! I'll check that in a minute. Sorry, hang on, I'm a bit preoccupied. What you can do with these guys is just get their attention and lure them back to the boss room, because they leash outside the boss room and they can't follow you. Okay, Yami, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Yami says, I told you you're getting one, Andrew Jackson. It's because I gifted him a sub in, Monotone's stream earlier, and he wasn't happy that I got the one up on him. Okay, let's see. So, Alfred... Alfred is not happy about being shot in the face. It looks like... Okay, Clint, have a good one. Take care. Thank you for dropping in. If we shoot the wall behind him, he'll turn around and go, huh? What? So even though he's got his shield up, you can just shoot him in the back anyway, because he's an idiot. I'll find it this time. Oh, what happened to Alfred? Somebody done shot him. Amazing. Look at her just shooting those arrows at the wall. She's so confused. Okay, I say she. Let's actually find out. They did indeed stick with the female character model for Ulan. Fascinating. This poor black phantom has no idea who's shooting at her. No, Venetia, because the other two phantoms here match the Tower Knight and the Penetrator, whom you expressly learn about from Ostrava. So by process of elimination, the third one has to be Phalanx. And since it's very clear that Alfred and Metis are the Tower Knight and the Penetrator respectively, the only other boss in Boletaria that Ulan could be is Phalanx. So it seems likely that what happened here is the Japanese language does not have separate pronouns for male and female. So, unless you have context, because the Japanese language relies very, very heavily on context, unless you have context, it can be very difficult to know somebody's gender if you're translating just a script with no pictures and no background and no explanation. So, my guess is the original Japanese script did not give enough context to be able to determine in English a gender for Ulan. And so the original localization team translated Ulan as a male and just used the male pronoun for Ulan,
Greetings,
even though
undead warrior.
the Japanese language does not expressly make that clear. Zarek, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And I guess it must have been the developer's intent that Ulan was actually female, because the character model of this Black Phantom, both in the original and the remake, was female. And since the localization team would not have had a copy of the game to actually use, since the game wouldn't have been finished when they started working on the translation, they would have had no way of knowing. That I'm not sure, Marasat. It's possible. It makes conjugation easier, Waltz Queen, but it makes translation a hell of a lot more difficult. Again, at least as long as there's no context. I don't think that was the intent, Soul Pice. Japan has always treated non-binary gender orientations as just a big joke. Like, they'll joke about it in their media, but it's very, very rare for them to actually have an honest, open conversation about it. Oh. I almost let him get away. Ah. Come on. Oh, really, Venetia? That's probably something that was added by the localization team. There we go. No, I don't want to use the... There we are. Yeah, Venetia, that's probably something the localization team just inferred for the French localization and just ran with. And again, it may well be simply a result of the fact that the Japanese language does not do a good job of differentiating between male and female. Alright, I don't deserve to have survived that, but now I need to get rid of that guy. Yeah, Soul Pice, it would be really funny if it's... Oh, damn it. It'd be really funny if it's true. Hyper mode is exactly the same as it was in the original Brave Little Stug. Identical. It has not been changed. There we go. You better believe we are, Dalo. Oh good, a pure sharpstone. Alright, wasn't expecting him to see me. Actually, what I should probably do here is just, Brave Little Stug, yes, I have actually, because I got the light crossbow in 1-1. Crossbows are still useless for any purpose other than mid-range counterattacks in PvP. We're not dead, huh? That guy can stay, because I'm gonna need him. Okay, we'll get his attention. I said... There we go. Okay. Now... that guy... That's right, I keep forgetting I'm not wearing the Thief's Ring. But you can see here just how powerful this HP regeneration is. And come to think of it, I don't think I've even, I think I forgot to go upgrade the Adjudicator's shield again. So we'll have to do that when we're done here, because I don't want to have to go through this a third time. Alright, let me just go make sure that the coast is clear. Indeed it is. Okay, so now I need to go... reactivate hyper mode. And actually... there we go. Hey! You! Oh. Thank you. Oh, is there actually something behind this door now? It looks like there might be. Somebody did tell me that there's a new shortcut in 1.4. I guess I'll have to see what that's all about when we get there. As for you... I'm pretty sure the cutscene used to trigger the moment you shot this guy. So, there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can just shoot him in his big dumb face a bunch of times. Oh, Loki, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs! Loki, thank you for the gift subs to Married with Consoles, Choosy, Sherbzor, Orange, and Surfinka. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It looks like the notifications are working properly. For a change, that's good. Alright, let's see if we can still... Because it used to be that, you could shoot parts of his wing, but not all of it, and it was a little easier. Alright. Right about here. Because it's better to deal as much damage to him down here as you can. So that Bjor takes as little damage as possible. Although, it might be that I should, yeah, this is going to take forever. We'll just... He's not any easier to reach. Hello, Sandman Pro. Welcome. That's not going to work. Well, maybe. That actually do any damage to him? Yeah, look at that arrow floating there. Look at that hitbox. 86. Look where the arrow sticks. This is proof of how stupid the hitboxes in these games are. Welcome back, Hiverius. Okay, this is still a little too inconsistent. Although, he used to fly away the moment you stepped out here. And he'll fly away anyway when we get him down to about 50% HP. I'll do more damage to him from further up. Hi, Bjor.
You need some help? Shine upon my lord. Proletariat!
Okay, here goes. All right. That's much better. We should have, hopefully, just enough ammo to finish him. But it's good to try to damage him as much as you can before he flies up here, because the more you damage him before this, the less damage he'll deal to Bjorn. Yeah, I think we should just barely have enough. Well, I guess we got him. Large-scaled flame demon soul. So that will be... Azure Drake. Okay, they're now called the Crimson Drake and the Azure Drake. Interesting. Alright, so check this out, guys. As long as you don't talk to Bjorn on the stairs over there... Sad. Yes, it is sad. That Ostrava's such a chump.
Oh, it's you, is it? My father is up above. Ha! Well, something like him anyway. A demon in his shape. I began this quest to ask my father his reasons. To drag him back to the path of righteousness. But it seems it was all in vain. Please, kill my father. In his depraved state, he can only bring peril to these lands. This key opens Boletaria's mausoleum. Inside the mausoleum lies Father's sword, the Demon Brand, twin of Soul Brand. Use it to bring an end to his madness.
Well, that was abrupt. Bye, Ostrava. It was great not getting to know you. Alright. So anyway, check this out. When he shows up here as a Black Phantom... We take off the ring, we get his attention. We bring him over this way.
Boletaria!
Bjorn actually has a line of dialogue for this now. Very impressive. Or maybe that was just a line of dialogue for him fighting the dragon. Who even knows? But, yeah, you bring Black Phantom Ostrava out here, and Bjorn just kicks his ass. Or gets killed. Jesus. Oh, well, Bjorn's dead, I guess. Holy hell. Bjorn used to survive a little bit longer against this guy. Well, rip Bjorn. We tried. It seems as though quite a few of the enemies in this game are stronger than they were in the original. Because I've never had that happen to Bjor before. It seems like Bjor just has a lot less health in the remake, and he seems like he's more vulnerable to magic damage. Because that's definitely new. Bjor used to absolutely waste Black Phantom Ostrava. Okay, this must be new then. I guess so, OCD. No, Venetia, I think it was deliberate. I think it was the result of rebalancing by Bluepoint. Because that's the first time I've ever had Bjor get killed by Black Phantom Ostrava. Bjor's defense was just absolutely crazy in the original. Oh, I see what this is. I see what they did here. This just goes straight back through. Okay. Hey, Wingless! Alright, I'm curious. Looks like there might be some new items over here. No? Right, I was gonna say, I'm curious as to where the remainder of the Boletarian Knight armor set is. But it doesn't seem like it's here. It also looks like they went full Anne Orlando with the out of bounds stuff here, because you were never able to walk on this stuff in the original, but it was also a lot less detailed, so it was more obvious that you were never supposed to walk on it, whereas now, if you didn't already know that it was not explorable, you could be fooled into thinking that it was supposed to be. Alright, well, let's get rid of that stuff. And there are a couple of things that I would like to... Actually, I might not even be able to test them because I don't have enough magic for Frake to teach me Poison Cloud. Also, was there a ladder or something that I could kick down to... Yes, there is. Okay. Oh, and I guess this is just to get you past the dragon if for some reason... Alright, huh. Yeah, go eat, Sugar Crow. Go have something to eat. Starving is no good. Alright, before anything else, I want to head back to the Nexus because there's some stuff that I would like to take care of first. Hello, Manga Hero! Welcome! I guess this gate ends up being nothing after all. I thought maybe this was the shortcut people were talking about, but I guess it's not. Well, alright. No, Acting King. I'm trying to keep this build within low enough levels to be able to interact with starting players. So if I do level him up at all, the highest I'm going to take him is 11, and actually... before we even investigate that, there's one other very important thing I need to do. Yeah, Manga Hero, that's how the game has always described them. The names of their souls are things like blue flame scale demon soul and red flame scale demon soul.
If it be a blacksmith.
Okay. That is +5. We are good to go. Everything is fully upgraded.
The highest grade. All done.
So now we have the absolute most HP regen that we possibly can. Now the question is... actually, now that we've done that, I do need to check with the Maiden in Black.
I have always been here in this Nexus. I was here when the Old One awakened, and I will be here when it rests once more.
Cool.
What is it? Seekest thou? Of course. After. Go ahead. Let these vagabond souls become thine own.
Alright, so...
the mind, key to life's ether.
I have 7 soul levels to work
Soul
with.
Lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
And unfortunately, that is...
Granted so the world might be mended.
that is going to be a problem because
So the
I
world
need...
might be mended.
I need a minimum of 100 MP to be able to cast Second Chance or God's Wrath. And I would need... for another miracle slot... yeah, this is 11. I would need to be level 12, which we can't do. Although I guess with the... both the Silver Catalyst and the... what do you call it? The, Silver Coronet. We might be able to swing that. The question is, are they showing us our actual MP
I am here.
with the Silver Coronet? Yes, they are. Okay, that's a problem. Let me just double check, actually.
Oh, is that you again? Do you have further offerings?
Oh, do I have both of them already? I guess I do. Yeah, these are both 100 MP. And they're both 2 slots. So actually, maybe now is a good opportunity to see if the... To see if the standard bug still works where you... You can equip spells you're not supposed to be able to equip if you level up until you have the slots for them and then level down. Yeah, OCD, but I don't want to spend the ring slot on that because I need one for the regenerators and one for the cling ring on the final build here. There might be a way I can get around it, but it's going to depend on whether or not an old, not so much bug, but an old programming oversight from the original game works. And since Bluepoint has gone out of their way to prevent any kind of deliberate leveling down in PvP, since they actually just patched that stuff out a couple of days ago, it's going to be harder to do. I'm going to need Mephistopheles in order to do that. So what are we looking at for character tendency? Close enough to pure white, I suppose. So what I'll have to do probably is... I'll have to take this guy into New Game Plus anyway, or else I'll just have to invade a bunch. Yes, they did, Manga Hero, just a couple of days ago. I don't know why they waited till now to do it. It was something that was intended in the original game as a penalty for failure. But since they have been responding to community feedback, my guess is probably a lot of people who were doing PvP complained that they were constantly leveling down. And I would have to guess that Bluepoint must have responded to that by programming it out. Which is a big disappointment to me, because being able to level down was really handy for a whole number of reasons. And I've been hearing reports now that there's no way to level down in PvP at all. I do not know if that includes summoning someone via the Red Eye Stone and having them soul suck you. I have not had an opportunity to test that. Although, actually, I guess if anybody in chat has the game and wants to test it, we could do it now. Ghost Mutton, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. But that would depend on somebody in chat having a character with Soul Suck. And the odds of that, considering how few people seem to have the game now, are probably pretty low. Yes, OCD, they did fix the Blue Blood Sword gold coin exploit. Matter of fact, the, let me dig up the patch notes here, because... Bluepoint, of course, and FromSoft and everyone else involved with this, have had almost no transparency as far as what they've actually changed. They haven't released any public patch notes, nothing, which is typical. of Japanese developers, but I would have expected better from Bluepoint. So instead, we had to rely on the community to test what has changed. So this, via Reddit, is what's been discovered in the patch from a couple of days ago so far. And bear in mind, there may be more, but again, this is just what people have found so far. And this particular patch appears to have introduced a few new bugs as well. Not the least of which is that apparently Blacksmith Ed can now just randomly die. They did a couple of other things that really annoy me, though, that there's absolutely no reason for, which is they made it so that now when you deal damage to an enemy, the damage you deal to the enemy, the damage numbers that appear on screen are capped at the enemy's maximum health. So you'll never be able to see exactly how much damage you do to an enemy if you overkill them. Which makes it much more difficult to calculate the total amount of damage you do with a weapon, which is really annoying for people who are trying to do calculations or theory craft or anything like that. Another really stupid thing that they did in the patch is they went out of their way, and I don't know what the rationale was behind this, if any. I get the feeling this was more just a knee-jerk reaction, but it is no longer possible to use any gender's armor type by switching body type at the Statue of Reflection. So they went out of their way to enforce gender-locked armor. Where before you could switch your body type and just use other sets of armor, they deliberately went out of their way to patch that out, so now you can't. And all I can think is, why? Why would you do that? Why would you actively go out of your way to just make the game worse in that way? Why would you take that away? Gender-locked armor already has no place in a game in 2020. And then they went out of their way to nerf a bunch of stuff about PvP, where the host no longer receives souls from invading phantoms that they kill, which seems to have been Bluepoint's attempt to prevent people from summoning super high-level phantoms via passwords and then having the phantoms die and having the host get a huge amount of souls from that. It seems to be just Bluepoint going the FromSoft route and just nerfing everything that's even remotely convenient for the player. They actively went out of their way, in fact, to patch out network. They patched out the invasion limit option completely. That's now gone, so no more 5-person fight clubs. They deliberately removed that from the menu. The Black Eye Stone can now no longer bypass level range restrictions when you're using a password. And I don't know why, but again, this is... The White Eye Stone no longer works when you kill a boss. This means that blue phantoms will now always be returned to their world in body form. So the reason that's a problem is... In the original game, most people who put down their blue summon sign didn't want to be revived, they just wanted to help people in co-op, right? So it's an inconvenience to those people to get forcibly returned to body form after every co-op session and then have to warp back to the Nexus and die. And the way you used to get around it was that as soon as you helped the host beat a boss, you would use your white stone and return to your own world to avoid being resurrected, so that you just end up back in the zone where you put your sign down, still in soul form. So you could bypass being revived that way and save yourself the time of having to go through a 10-minute loading screen to get back to the Nexus and then suicide and then come back and put your sign down again. Now, I admit, the loading screens are almost non-existent in this version of the game, which is fantastic, But why would you go out of your way to patch out that convenience? It serves no purpose to patch it out. All it does is inconvenience players for no good reason. There was nothing broken or overpowered or exploitive about it. It was just a nice little convenience, and somebody's thought, no, how dare you? You need to wait that extra time. You need to... What this smacks of to me is somebody in Japan. This might not even be Bluepoint. It might be Japan's studio, their publisher, insisting on this. Because this is the Japanese patch mentality. And I've seen this pattern many, many times before, and it's a very, very clear pattern. This mentality is, even if it's a good thing, even if it's a positive function in the game, doesn't matter. If it's not intended, fix it. Make it less convenient. It needs to be working as intended, even if working as intended is an inferior design to the unintended current function. Exactly, Ghost Mutton, exactly. It's that single-minded obsession with, if it isn't the way we intended it, then it's broken, and it's not the experience we want players to have. Third Impact, you're going to just want to go check the VOD. I'm not going to repeat it again. But check the last 10 minutes of the VOD. I hope so, Artista. I hope they get enough complaints from the community about some of these things, because... I don't know, some of these changes are good, but some of them are just so backward and ignorant. Also, apparently, invaders now no longer receive souls from killing blue phantoms. And the people on Reddit speculate that that might be a bug, rather than something that was intended in this last patch. But, whether it's a bug or not, it's now the case.
Thank you.
Kia Elf, thank you so much! Welcome back, really appreciate that, Kia Elf. Yeah, that's kind of their attitude, Drecule. They did, Renegade. I'll post the patch notes again. Like I said, they did make some good changes, but they also made some incredibly ill-informed changes. And I struggle to understand what the logic behind those changes could have been, unless it was what I suspect, which is just that backward, outdated line of thinking where if it's not working as intended, it needs to be fixed, even if fixing it makes it worse. No camera fix, Manga Hero. No respec option. Hello, Cocoa Milk Sage. Welcome. So, I don't know. I really hope that Bluepoint gets their act together and gets on some of these things. Alright, what did we have left? We had... Oh, you know what? I need... No. I need more arrows.
Yep.
And actually, now that I think about it...
I was worried sick.
Yeah, Manga Hero, basically ignoring serious bugs like the durability glitch in Dark Souls 2 and prioritizing only nerfing weapons that too many players are using, that kind of thing.
No, 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 no.
All right.
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah, Bitstorm, and that's one of the good changes.
I was worried sick.
But we're never lucky enough to only get good changes. There's always a stinker or two thrown in there as well.
We are indebted.
All right. Well, Manga Hero, or that maybe some things are better left alone.
No, don't mention it.
Sometimes it's best just not to mess with stuff. Because maybe it was fine the way it worked before.
Yep, I'm back.
No, Log, because Bluepoint and Sony have not been posting patch notes. The only place you can get patch notes is from Reddit, where people have been testing the game after each patch to find out what was changed. Because Bluepoint sure isn't being transparent about their patches, and neither are their publishers. That I don't know, Warrior. I've never used the Cat's Ring. I've never found it remotely useful in Demon's Souls, because fall damage was already minimal as it was. So... yeah, Bitstorm, but those people are the exception rather than the rule, and there's always going to be some of that. You cannot stop those people. FromSoft proved that with all their failed, ill-advised attempts to prevent it, starting in Dark Souls 2 and 3. With that asinine weapon-based matchmaking segregation that they did, which just made it harder for people to interact online normally, and didn't stop hackers. All right. I think I might have forgotten to get the Silver Catalyst, but I'll go get that off camera sometime. Yeah, Bitstorm, because the Invader actually had a lot of power in Demon's Souls. There was a lot the Invader could do. And leveling down was kind of intended as a counterbalance to that. It was a weird way of penalizing the Invader, but it ended up having an unintended positive effect on the game balance, in that it would kind of allow you to respec as long as you had level vitality. But again, because that aspect of its effect on balance was not intended, my guess is that's why Bluepoint and or Japan Studio have decided to change it, because it wasn't intended. It made the game better, but it wasn't intended. That goes back to my point about how part of the reason Demon's Souls was so well balanced is precisely because it's so janky and so poorly balanced. The fact that everything was overpowered in Demon's Souls meant that everything was viable and everything was useful, and there wasn't just one dominant strategy. You could just pick a weapon and go +5 dragon or +5 moon, and that weapon was viable no matter how garbage it would have been if you had just gone +10. Oh, no worries, Third Impact. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm really glad I've been able to help, and, you know you're always welcome to message me on the Discord if there's anything you need or any questions about that, cooking or anything. I'm really, really glad, Third Impact. There are few skills more valuable for independence and self-sufficiency than cooking. And I'm really glad to hear that you've been developing that skill. I would love to see some pictures of some of the stuff that you've made, if you have any that you feel like sharing. Not necessarily now, if you don't have any, but in the future would be fine.
Well, thanks for that.
You're welcome, me. Sure is. All right. Well, Wingless Monkey, but you probably didn't like tomatoes raw, right? It's amazing how cooking something can so completely change its character. One of the very best examples are onions. Right, I know a lot of people don't like onions, and I totally understand that. Onions can have a really off-putting, really sharp flavor, which I know isn't for everyone. However, if you take that onion, that raw onion, and you put it in a 350-degree Fahrenheit oven for about 2 hours, or better yet, in a charcoal grill, when you take that onion out of the oven or off of the grill, and you cut it open, there is no sharpness left. It's just sugar. You basically have a gigantic ball of honey. With absolutely no sharpness, no astringency. Well, Wingless, it's more roasted onion. But yeah, just a little bit of heat and a little bit of time can so thoroughly alter the character of an ingredient that even if you've only had that ingredient raw and you hate it raw, you might find you really love it when it's been cooked or prepared in even a basic manner. You should, Stug. You really, really should. Well, Lennick, and that's fine too. I mean, some things people prefer uncooked. I don't mind raw carrots. I'll eat them every once in a while. But my personal favorite way of preparing carrots is simmering them in a little bit of water just to soften them up a little bit. And then when they're nice and al dente, not too hard, but not too soft, I like to toss them in butter, maple syrup, and fresh tarragon with just a pinch of salt, which was my grandmother's recipe. She's the one who taught me that. And that's my favorite way to eat carrots. Yeah, Wingless, it makes so much difference, doesn't it? Alright, these guys right here. The aura around this chain used to be yellow in the original game. Now it's kind of more green. Alright, well, it's Queen. I'm sorry to hear that. Have a good night. Take care. Thank you for coming to hang out today. Hello, caveman in cave. Alright, let's see if we can see from over here. Oh, there's lightning here now. It's interesting. See, back in the day, there used to be, and I think that might be it over there, actually, because there's that whole tower over there where there's a bridge leading over to it.
Greetings, undead warrior.
Eric, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciate that. There's a brazier and a pathway that goes nowhere. Like, that's a broken pathway. And then there's that whole tower over there that has lights on it. And in the original version of the game, that tower actually had a chain. There were actually 3 towers with chains in the original game, but you only ever ended up going to 2. And when you knock down the second chain, that 3rd tower over there, the chain on it would also disappear. No problem, Third Impact. Always happy to lend a hand. It's possible, Bitstorm, but it also seems like the sort of thing that they might do intentionally, especially considering that they went out of their way to nerf other aspects of PvP.
Are you here to fight the demons? If so, then help me escape this place. I am on your side. I have come to face the demons.
Sure you are. No, Log, I don't.
Thank you. I will remember this. I am certain we will meet again.
Well, that's good, because I'm certain we won't.
I will remember this. I am certain we will meet again.
Oh, gee, Bird Teeth. Where did you ever get that idea? What would ever make you think such an honorable, upstanding man would ever try something so subversive?
Greetings,
OCD!
undead warrior.
Thank you so much for the resub, OCD. Welcome back. Oh, I'm a sociopath? Me? Alright, well now comes the really fun part. Now comes, hey, do you guys love hentai? How about a swamp full of tentacles and blood? Alright, actually, what we want to do here is we want to, because there's a ring of avarice down here. And I want to go get that. Yep. Good old ambush. So over here, there's another corpse ball enemy. I think we ended up calling them Legion in the community. Or rather, that ended up being the community name for them. Yeah, Haretsu, at least that didn't change. I don't remember exactly where it was. I want to say it was at the southern end, which I think is down here. Yeah, it should be around here, because there's this big pillar, and then... Time for climbing. Nice. Yeah, it's over here. Really? Oh no, that's a fragrant ring. Okay, I thought that was a ring of avarice. They don't want you walking on this thing. Right, it might be over there. Six? Oh, that's Mercury Stone. These guys are right here. Yeah, Love, somebody mentioned that to me, but I thought it was supposed to be in 5.2. Soul Tendency is black? They didn't add another event here, did they? With what, Third Impact? What are you having trouble with? Yeah, okay. I guess there's just another fragrant ring here that I didn't... I always mix it up. I, for some reason, always think it's a... Ring of Avarice that's down here, but I guess it's not. It's on a pillar? No, Manga Hero, I guarantee you they won't. The Northern Limit is not happening. They already talked about it in an interview. They made it very clear that they're not going to. Log, I don't know what you could possibly be referring to. Wait a minute, is that? Ah, up there, huh? How would we get up there, I wonder? Maybe that's what that message meant. Maybe there's a tendency event that's just a ladder. Because this is definitely not climbable. Oh, it falls in pure black world tendency. Okay, gotcha, log. Interesting. Well, I don't Bitstorm, but thanks to the fact that nobody can get a PS5, and also thanks to the fact that Bluepoint still does not seem to understand how, like, actually effective matchmaking works, it might not even be possible anyway. Oh, Third Impact, I can fix that for you. Typically what happens in that situation is I just need to... I just need to refresh the server. So let me... Oh, they've gone and changed the... Oh, okay, they just put it in a sub-menu. Sync. Alright, try it now, Third Impact. Sometimes I just have to resync the server with everybody who is subbed. You should be able to get in now. Yes, Mtytum. I'm gonna guess that's how your username is pronounced. MTYYTM. I guess, Bitstorm. It seems unlikely that you'd even find this ring before you ever got to 5-2. I certainly never would have seen it way the hell up there. Although, I probably will come back here in Pure Black World Tendency just to get the last Colorless Demon's Soul. Which actually, I say the last, but there's still one in Boletaria as well in 1-3 that I need to get. Especially if I'm going to end up bringing this guy into New Game Plus. Which I may have to at this rate, because... I'm gonna have to kill a bunch of NPCs in order to get my... Well, I say that, but I guess I could just invade and get my character tendency to Pure Black that way to get Mephistopheles to show up and see if it's still possible to de-level using her. Although, actually, I guess I could just upload my save data, and if it turns out there's no way to level back down, I could just re-download it afterward. I probably should just do that. Alright. Well... Hi, breakfast. I am dying. Amazing. Oh, come on. Alright, that is going to be a bit of a problem. However, the standard solution should still work. We get his attention and bring him over here. There's another enemy in between those two giant blood veins, which is going to chase us, but there's nothing we can do about that. The solution here is you run this crystal lizard off the... Oh, he moves a lot more slowly now. You run him off the edge, and he falls down there and dies. But because he lands in a spot where you can just backtrack to pick up what he drops, it doesn't matter. We presume that that's why they renamed it Haretsu. I don't believe I've actually seen any confirmation yet that it was because of a potential trademark infringement with the deodorant. Yeah, Neo Shadow, although Bluepoint seems to have gone out of their way to remove any of the possibilities that existed in the original game, which enabled you to write irreverent notes. No, you don't, Third Impact. You definitely don't. No, Log, they didn't bring that back, but that was in Dark Souls 2, not this. Breakfast, they might not be actively cracking down. It might just have been a preemptive step Bluepoint took to avoid any potential litigation before it happened. No, Demon Souls had sticky white stuff, Log. Like, you would walk into the Nexus where Yuria sits, and there would just be messages plastered within 50 feet of her that just said, true love and sticky white stuff. And try holding with both hands. I once found a sticky white stuff message written on Blacksmith Ed's bed in Stonefang. And that was when I gave up on humanity. Breakfast, there are some aspects of the lore that we are just better off not knowing. That is all I'm gonna say. And this jerk... A flying unit with a crossbow, that's all we need. I love how he flies all the way to the end of the walkway. Manga Hero, like I said, Bluepoint seems to be going through and removing things, not only that probably weren't intentionally in the original, but things that were intentional that I'm guessing people are complaining about now. Like, the only reason I can think of that they would have removed the ability to level down in PvP, because that was very expressly intentional in the original. The only reason I can think of why they would have deliberately removed it is if people were complaining to them about it on Twitter. Now, I haven't actually gone and spent the time sifting through Bluepoint's Twitter account responses and posts, but that would be my guess. Red, read the patch notes from Reddit that I posted in chat a little while ago. I think I still have them handy, Red. I'll post them again. Squish. Log, there was a much more convenient way, which was simply you would invade somebody and then you would immediately use the white eye stone to leave, and that would cause you to lose a soul level from your highest stat. But they've just removed all of that in a patch a couple of days ago. Yeah, Manga Hero, it's always been like that with the gargoyles. You tell me, Artista. Like I said, the only thing I could think is that people must have been complaining to them on social media to change it, or else they or Japan Studio got the idea that they just needed to. I don't know, Log. I'm interested to test whether or not Soulsuck even still works in PvP. But even if it does, that's still an inconvenience to people who want to respect their characters, because it means that they now need somebody's help online in order to lower their level, rather than just being able to invade and then immediately white stone out. Well, yeah, Bitstorm, but the Souls community is one of the best communities in terms of actually testing stuff. Especially now that the games are so popular and there are so many people. Oh, wow! We just got a Spiral Rapier. That's probably an even more rare drop than Pure Blade Stone. I never expected I'd see one of those again. Oh, for goodness sake. No, Nix, it wouldn't. And I mean, hell, they added the Statue of Reflection, which lets you change your character's appearance. And it's not like there's no precedent for respecking in the Souls series, because Dark Souls 2 and 3 had it. Third Impact, have you been able to get into the Discord? Are you still struggling? Do I need to go refresh that thing for you again? Summon me in the party. Yeah, it's that tower over there. That tower has a chain, or had a chain, that just magically vanishes when you knock down the second one. But you can never actually get to that tower. So it's one of those weird things that I think originally maybe it was supposed to be an area that you could explore, but they had to cut it. Yeah, Manga Hero, be patient. Like I said, or maybe you weren't here when I said it, but... I'm fairly confident that we will see a version of Bloodborne that is optimized for... Oh, there's the Ring of Avarice. I knew it was in here somewhere. That is optimized for PS5. I think it's intelligence log, not magic. Because basically you have to have one spell slot available, or else he won't deal with you. Oh, Christ. That's terrible. Whoever left this message, go take a bath with a toaster. Jesus Christ. Might actually have been that tower over there with the lights all over it that had the chain. Well, one way or another. Let's go deal with the man-eaters. Yeah, Manga Hero, because Bloodborne has not been optimized for the PS5. I've tried it myself. I ran a very brief test on it, and it runs just the same on the PS5 as it did on the PS4. That's correct, Log, yes, but as far as getting Frake to talk to you, I believe it's int rather than magic. I might be wrong, it's been a long time, but I suppose we'll find out in relatively short order anyway. Alright. Wait for this guy to turn his back, because otherwise he becomes a huge pain. Oh, bloody hell, you used to... Okay, well, whatever. The backstab animation from the Mirrodin Hammer used to send them flying forward, so you could backstab him off the edge with this weapon, but... whatever works. Well, Manga Hero, like I said, maybe soon we will be getting a version of Bloodborne that runs properly on the PS5. And hey, if not, there's always Lance McDonald's 720p 60 FPS mod. Although you need a jailbroken PS4 for that, and... well, or a test kit, but there aren't too many test kits floating around in the wild. Or a dev kit, but... alright, and they did fix the man-eaters bug, but... that's fine, because I don't need that. Ah! Come on. Yeah, nice. How about we, alright, fine, if we're gonna play it that way. No snake for you. This is why you don't wear the thief ring during this fight. Okay, this actually seems to work a little differently. It looks as though rather than the second one just showing up, the first one flies up and summons it. Good to know. So that's changed. Yeah, Haretsu, it did look like it was just stapled on in the original, didn't it? Aw, come on. The Twin Prince cheese, Tyler? Which Twin Prince cheese? Stug, it's not Gravity. Like I said, Gravity is usually the secondary opponent. In this case, it was hitboxes. There we go. That's what I meant to do. I guess you can just only go around the left. Oh. Shirosuke, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Shirosuke, oh. Shirosuke says, whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Whoa, here she comes. Oh, fuck, there's two of them. Thanks, Shirosuke. Appreciate that. That's great. Oh, good, Third Impact. Glad it finally decided to cooperate. Well, Manga Hero, it's a moot point in Demon's Souls because there is no jumping in this game. Oh, okay, Doyle. I didn't realize you could do that with the Twin Princes. In that case, yes, I guess it is the same one. You can summon here, help. It's a little bit different than Manus, Haretsu. With Manus, you're not shooting through the fog gate, you're kind of shooting around it. And yeah, Manga Hero, I had to learn how to fight Manus legit before I found out about the bow cheese. Yeah, Nix, but they patched the Dragon Rider cheese in Dark Souls 2. He now no longer takes damage from anything until you enter the boss room. Either or is fine, Third Impact. Post them in the dining room. That's what that channel is for. Yeah, Vortex, basically, because Manus's boss room is shaped in such a weird way, and it doesn't have exterior walls around its entire perimeter, you can stand outside the boss room and actually reach Manus with a bow if you have the Hawk Ring and the Red Tearstone Ring. And you can kill him from outside the boss arena with a bow. Well, Sugar Crow, cheese is good. No one's gonna tell you you're wrong for wanting cheese. Oh, all right, that's not where I intended to roll to. Carrig, it's not necessarily a satisfying victory, but sometimes if you're struggling so badly with that boss that you absolutely can't even make a dent in its HP, sometimes the cheese victory is better than no victory at all. And that's one of the great things about some of those bosses, is that you can fight them the way the developers intended if you want. But if you're really struggling, you can just cheese them. Or, I mean, hell, summon a bunch of phantoms to help you. Well, Brave Little Stug, that's why I say the Red Tearstone Ring as well. Because if you don't use the Red Tearstone Ring, you do a lot less damage with each arrow, and it takes a lot longer. Red Tearstone is a time saver with that cheese. And yeah, Stug, Manus is a very different boss than a lot of the other ones in Dark Souls. Manus is probably the closest boss Dark Souls had to a Bloodborne boss, where he does a lot of flailing and spamming, and he'll hit you on the ground, and there's nothing you can do about it. I shouldn't have walked as far forward as I did. Well, no, Haretsu, Manus is also a fight where summoning a phantom just kind of makes things a little more confusing. And the phantoms almost always die immediately. Unless they go in with the silver pendant and a shield powerful enough to block his combo, which they rarely do.
Much obliged.
Oh, God. Wait a minute. Miros Vikvaya. Miros, did you change your username? You must have. Miros, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to the Sasquatch, Cavalicol, Zexios, Zarek Gaming Streams, and Just Scott. You did. Oh, because you had 1985 in your previous one. Yeah, well, you and I are the same age, so I don't know what that says about me. Actually, yes, I do. I'm the one usually saying it about me. Well, thank you so much, Miros. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry people are calling you old. If it makes you feel any better, you're not old. I believe you're a few months younger than me, and therefore that makes you young and youthful. Whereas I'm going to be in touch with you fairly soon, Miros, to have you make the arrangements for my nursing home. Hello, Mediocre Master! And might I say, Mediocre Master, that's a great username. That was my nickname in high school. Oh, very good, Stug. You know, Sugar Crow, I'm really glad that you didn't say that to me while we were in Japan, because I would have taken it very differently. But I appreciate the thought. Hello, Lucky Boy, welcome. Honestly, Sugar Crow, I'm a trained occupational therapist, so unless it were to come to something genuinely medical in nature, I do know how to make my own splints and other practical MacGyver-type stuff that you officially learn in ergotherapy. All right, come on. Oh, all right. No! Okay. Now that they're both involved, it's time to move on up here to where we can separate them. Or not. You know, actually, the bow cheese from the entrance doesn't work anymore, but the one from down here still should. There we go. If I can... Oh, come on, really? That pushes you off now? Bah. Okay, so I guess that changed too. Well, there used to be a cheese you could do from there where you would shoot arrows or magic at them from that spot, but I guess now if you try to do it, you just fall. Thanks, Blue Point. No fun allowed, NDHC. None. The one problem with this zone is that the run back is kind of on the annoying side. It's not as terrible as some of the others, but it's definitely an irritating run back. The worst one probably is 1-4, because you have to wait like 10 minutes for that stupid elevator to go all the way up, and you have to run all the way through the stairway and past the crossbow guys. This one, though, you have to wait for this guy to piss off. Okay, well, there he goes. Oh, hey, Magnus, welcome! Yeah, Red, 1-2 can be rough as well, especially in the beginning of the game, when you're more likely to do that zone. Alright, let's actually see, because now I'm curious. First. No, I don't. There we go. Okay, so it is still possible, it's just a little bit more finicky. I bet that's what knocked me off the edge last time, was, the stupid shoulder strike attack with the bow. Okay, well, he can hit you that way now, huh? I thought that too, Mantis Man. So it looks like that cheese is now difficult enough that it's probably not worth attempting on this build. If I had a magic build where I were using hyper mode, it might be worth it, but it looks like with a bow, because of the difference in collision and hitboxes now, both of the environment and the player, it looks like that cheese is now much more risky. Not relying on manga, I'm perfectly capable of winning the fight without the cheese, but I wanted to see if the cheese was still possible. Because Blue Point has nerfed a bunch of the other cheeses, like shooting them through the fog gate with a bow. And they also somewhat nerfed a couple of the cheeses with the Flame Lurker, where you would get him stuck in a spot that his AI could not navigate. It's still technically possible to do that, but it's a lot more finicky. And they've removed the terrain that made it the easiest. Alright. I was totally expecting the projectile. Oh, but somehow I survived. Amazing. Okay, well, I'm glad to know I don't have to worry about that. That would have been an insta-kill in the original. So it does seem like they messed around with enemy health and damage in the remake. Alright, well, fine. I guess we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Might be that this one will work now. See, that weird... It looks like you can still cheese him this way. No, I don't think I'm going to let you do that. Okay, or I guess I am. No! Oddly enough, this is the closest fight that this game had to Ornstein and Smo. Look at that HP regeneration, though. It is a thing of true beauty. Alright, are you guys quite done? You know what? Screw you. That's how we're gonna play it. Now we just hang out here and wait for the health to refill. Cut that tail. Not that we get anything for it, but... That stupid shoulder bash. I wish I knew what input triggers that so I could stop doing it. God. Stop! I want to fire an arrow, not bash with my shoulder. NDHC, this was already one of the buggiest fights in the game to begin with. so it wouldn't surprise me at all. Actually, now that there's only one left, let's move back here. Alright, look, buddy. Remnant, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, this guy is definitely caught in a loop. Nope, not anymore, he's not. But now he's dead, so it doesn't matter. All right. Now we grab his soul. And we head off to Stonefang. Well, Miros, this is a complicated fight. You've got two very powerful enemies to deal with, and none of the cheeses seem to work very well anymore. Well, Manga Hero, that once again goes back to the Japanese mentality of, if it's worked for 50 years, or for a couple thousand, there's no reason to change it. We'll just keep doing it exactly the same way, and we'll copyright strike or C&D anybody who tries to do it any differently with our intellectual property until it stops working.
I can forge weapons.
Right, Blistex, Shikatanai and all that.
Do come back alive.
Okay, so... Whoops.
No. Yep, I'm that good. No. I reckon they left behind some fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Actually, let's go talk to the Monumental. I might be a step below pure white character tendency, but... yeah, Stug, I do want to get Stonefang to pure black, and it's just most efficient to use the body form deaths from beating bosses, rather than wasting ephemeral eye stones for that.
Be neutralized. The more.
Okay, no, I guess not. I don't remember if this is a safe fall. It is. Ha! Yeah, Haretsu, I sure hope he's okay. I sure hope nothing bad happened to him on the way down that 1,500-meter fall. You can buy limited numbers of them from certain NPCs, Manga Hero, but once you've exhausted the
That was what he'd say.
fixed supply of them that you can find or buy, the only way to get more is to farm either the giant depraved ones in 5.2 or the plague babies in 5.3. There's no other way to get more eye stones. Well, unless you have someone trade them to you. Oh, and actually the spiral rapier looks a little bit more like a real sword. In the original version of the game, it was all twisted and bent, and it looked like a coat hanger that somebody had run over with a snowplow. Rare rapier with spiral grooves carved into the blade, wielded by the stone gargoyles of Latria. Focused on causing pain and bleeding over dealing damage, further evidence of the madness of the old monk. So this is kind of an interesting weapon because it starts with 180 bleed damage. However, if I remember correctly, you can't upgrade it with Sucker Stone. But you can, for some reason, upgrade it with Mercury Stone. So if you make this a Mercury Spiral Rapier, you get a weapon that inflicts both poison and bleed simultaneously.
We are indebted.
What do we want to do here? I guess I want to... Oh, Latria's pure white now, huh? Okay, well, if that's the case, I ought to go get that key.
No.
Yep, I'm that good.
Oh, a Mercury Spiral Rapier, Bitstorm? Yeah, Chibicam, I think in Dark Souls 3, the actual damage over time from poison, and I believe also the effect of bleed, scaled with your stats. I hate that they started doing that in the later Souls games, because it meant that those types of weapons were useless at low soul levels. It meant that if you wanted to use any of those status ailments, you absolutely had to have the stats that they scaled with, or they would be worthless. Whereas in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, the damage that they do is based solely on the rating for that status ailment on the weapon you're using to inflict it. Yeah, poison in Dark Souls 2 was way OP, Manga Hero. Oh, okay, yeah, Bitstorm, that way you can inflict all 3 status ailments, and they do stack. Yes, Wingless, it was. And frankly, bleed is kind of garbage in Demon Souls as well. The only weapon in this game that has a decent bleed rating is the Makoto, and then only when it's fully upgraded. Welcome! Well, Bitstorm, at least Mercury Stone isn't all that difficult to get. They give you 1 pure for free, and you can get more of them fairly easily, I think, from the... Oh, this used to be a metal bridge in the original. You can get more of them, I believe, from the giant man centipedes in this zone. You are loved. Ha! Alright, there's the key. Pures of a Slab equivalent, Manga Hero. In this game, it works a little bit differently. Well, it works a lot differently. Demon's Souls has by far the most convoluted upgrade system of any of the Souls games, and Dark Souls 1, frankly, isn't far behind. As much as I hate Dark Souls 2, and as many criticisms as I have of it, Dark Souls 2 was the first game where somebody finally looked at the upgrade systems in the previous games and went, you know what? Maybe we should fix that. No, the Northern Regalia is never upgradable, Third Impact. It couldn't possibly be, because it's already the most powerful sword in the game. For them to make it even more powerful, if anything, I'm amazed that the way Bluepoint has been going with these patches, I'm amazed they haven't nerfed the Northern Regalia. Frankly, I'm amazed they haven't nerfed a bunch of other stuff like Hyper Mode either. No, you cannot, Manga Hero. You couldn't in the original, and you still can't in the remake. Yeah, Chibichem, it is evident that very little thought went into the upgrade system in Demon's Souls. And I mean, considering that Demon's Souls was originally supposed to be King's Field 5, and it was scrapped and repurposed by Miyazaki, basically handed to him to turn into a functional game that FromSoft could sell. Considering it was supposed to originally be King's Field 5, which I don't believe would have had an upgrade system, because I don't think the original King's Field games did, or at least they didn't have one anything like this. My guess is the upgrade system that ended up in Demon's Souls was indeed added as an afterthought and just kind of slapped together, and didn't really have a lot of design time put into it. At least it certainly functions like it didn't. Yes! Listex Thief, he is. He's one of the recurring characters that I use as templates for games like that, for the Souls games particularly, just so that I don't have to go to the trouble of coming up with a new character every time. I've got a bunch of templates already in my mind that I can just use for different archetypes. Alright, Latria. Manga Hero, Elden Ring, I don't know if that... Like, I'm not 100% sure I even believe that game exists at this point. Elden Ring is just gonna be... Oh, you can skip this. But actually, I want to see it. I must have gotten the offline version if I'm allowed to skip it, because normally, at least in the original, if you get a human opponent, you're not allowed to skip the cutscene as a host. Third Impact, more like maybe when he finishes jumping on his trampoline or riding go-karts. Or +3 log, or wooden weapons like the Great Club won't be upgradable at all. and instead you'll just transform them directly into the meat cleaver. Like, there is absolutely no rhyme or reason behind the upgrade system in Demon's Souls. And even as weird as the Dark Souls 1 upgrade system was, that at least had some semblance of order to it. So this is the easiest way of dealing with these guys. They actually, because they're trying to shoot around a corner with a line of sight, straight line trajectory attack, they cannot hit you at that angle. You, on the other hand, because you're a human, and you're not stupid like the AI, well, presumably you're not stupid, giving you the benefit of the doubt, of course. Oh good, a pure moonlight stone, right off the bat, right away. Yeah, Kia Elf, somebody pointed out to me a few streams ago that one thing Bluepoint did not do very well was mixing and balancing the audio. And yeah, I only really seem to notice it when there are cutscenes going on, but some of the sound effects are way too loud and others are way too quiet. That's definitely true. Alright. Okay, this is definitely the NPC. Oh. Oh, too bad for you, buddy. Now they'll fire into the floor. Or not. They used to fire into the floor when he was on the ground after you backstabbed him. His soul masses would just fire straight into the ground. Alright. I've died over 9,000 times! Well, that person is dead. Maybe you should have listened to the scouter when it warned you about your power level. I've died 1 time. Hivarius, I'm using headphones, and even with headphones, I notice it. Also, isn't that just the prostitute's dress from Bloodborne? Come to think of it, I think these are actually some of the same paintings that were in Canehurst Castle. Oh yeah, Third Impact, if you're in the Compendium. Or, the Pantheon, rather. What I want to know is, why the hell did this guy bring all these chairs in here? He put the throne, the dais, up on top of all the chairs. What a nut job. I guess he was crazy or something. Throne Room of Yormidar? Okay, so this is interesting. They took a liberty with this. The only time Yormidar was mentioned in the original game was that the Royal, the starting class Royal, was supposed to come from the Jormungandr lineage of magicians, and the only item that mentioned the Jormungandr lineage was, I believe, either the fragrant ring, or we can actually check, because it might also be the silver coronet. Yes. A decorative piece bestowed only to magicians of the distinguished Jormungandr school, enchanted by a special rite that increases the wearer's maximum MP. And I think maybe the silver catalyst said something about it as well. And that was it. Those were the only one or two pieces of equipment in the game, because the fragrant ring doesn't, I guess. That was the only mention of Jormungandr. There was never any connection between Jormungandr and Latria. So it seems that Bluepoint has taken a liberty here and decided that Jormungandr is now going to be connected to Latria. Not to my recollection log. All of the Sage Frake and Gary stuff just mentioned the two of them. There were no references to Jormungandr. Alright, well, back to Stonefang. Jormungandr wasn't one specific person, Third Impact. It was a lineage of magicians. I'll show you the item description again. Magicians of the distinguished Jormungandr school. In the original Demon's Souls, they were referred to as more of a family or a clan. And supposedly they were the only ones who were cool enough to be issued silver coronets and silver catalysts. Yes, Log, that's the plan. I just haven't gotten back there yet. I need to go get rid of body form first.
Greetings.
Papa Nate, thank you so much for the resub.
Warrior.
Welcome back. And actually, while I'm here, I should probably go get the silver catalyst, because I think I forgot to get it when we came through here the first time. Wingless, I think what's meant by Prison of Hope is that this is where people's hope is imprisoned, not that the prison gives people hope. Okay, so first things first. We will first pay a visit to... Lord Rydell. Wingless, I don't even think a church-sanctioned exorcism could clean the stank out of this prison. I agree, Azots, and probably the best part of this game for me visually is the fact that it now runs at a pretty solid 60 FPS. Alright, so now the rubble blocking this area is gone, because we're in pure white. Oh, you know what, though? But we need the key from him. And actually... boy, he's changed a little bit. Although I guess it's now a little bit more clear why he was nicknamed Little Allant, because he does kind of look like him.
Why, thank you. Thank you, kind soul. Please, take this fine piece of work. I have no use for it now. And thus begins my final, eternal rest.
Alright, Rydell, good luck. When you see your wife, tell her for me. She's still ugly. No, Log. It's that, freeing him is the trigger for a locked gate accessed from the first floor to open. Like, if you come down here to the first floor, and then just to the right of the exit, where you go to the statue, the bottom gate here, this one, you unlock with a key that you get just lying around the dungeon. However, the gate at the top of these stairs will not open until you have unlocked Rydell's cell. You see how you don't get a message when this gate opens saying you used the key? That's because freeing Rydell is the key to that gate. And then... most of the cells on this floor, I believe, require a key... that's either in here or it's near where Rydell was. Well, Rydell is one of the most annoying world tendency events because the trip from 3-1 to 3-2 is a one-way trip. Oh, that's nice. There's a third one. And in order to be able to free Rydell, you need a key from 3-2. Manga Hero, they did bring back World Tendency. That's what this is. It's just easier to manage now because logging into the game servers doesn't screw it up anymore. I believe the key I need is down here. It's in one of the last cells. It's either in one of the last cells in this block or it's where Rydell... yeah, I think it's in here. Because this is his body. You see that there's the broken phosphorescent pole. And he has his soul and the key to the remainder of the cells in this block. So this opens all of the other cells. At which point you can then get the rogue set, which I think is in here. Oh no, that's just more mercury stone. There's the rogue set over here, I think, and then Sage Frake's set is somewhere in one of these two cell blocks. And then there's the witch's hat. There's the rogue stuff. And a parrying dagger. Well, no, he already died in another cell, Chibi Kem. And then somehow he died in that cell and he ended up in a different one. Which is just the dumbest thing, because you'd think that when he died, he'd be free. You know, he'd be like, oh great, I'm dead, now I can get out of my cell. But then I guess they just grabbed his ghost and threw him in a different cell, and he was like, oh, why can't I walk through walls? Also, why is there an aura floating around this corpse? This looks like I'm supposed to cut it down, but it's just one of the generic I have no idea. Well, whatever. Alright, back to... Oh, you've only seen getting those down with bows? That's weird. Okay then, I guess I will try shooting him with an arrow. Wow! Okay! So he did have an item, and that's just completely new. Bluepoint has changed it. Because there did used to be hanging corpses in some of these cells, but they were just Havoc ragdolls. They didn't actually have items and you couldn't cut them down. Alright, I guess that's a new thing then. Holy hell. So much for not changing anything, huh, Bluepoint? Alright. Well, before I head back up, let's go get the silver catalyst. Well, if it's nothing but Lotus's Bitstorm, then that's fine. But it's still kind of weird. Oh, really, Hyvarius? I guess somebody else must have figured it out by trial and error, then. Very well. Hey, look, Chibi Kem, it's prison, alright? You have to do the best you can with what you've got. Other people will still trade you a premium in packets of hot chocolate. Oh, there's the Imperial Spy set? That set didn't exist in the original. That's interesting. And I mean, Chibi, it's not even just regular prison, it's magic prison. So you'd think somebody would have a prison bag of holding somewhere, right? That they could just conveniently stash all those spare prison items in. I know where it is, Third Impact, but I'm not going to bother with, Fractured World, because that is going to just screw with my brain so hard, I might actually have an aneurysm. Yeah, Chibi, that's exactly what would happen. Oh, for God's sake, Third Impact. Of course somebody had to go and make that reference. Alright, let's take the Gargoyle Evader and just warp back from the Archstone to 3-1, because that'll be easiest. And now it's a much shorter walk back to... What am I even doing? This is not the right way. Okay, actually, I do want to check. Bestowed only to magicians of the distinguished Yormidar school. So, the Catalyst also has a reference to Yormidar. But to the best of my recollection, those are the only references to Yormidar in the entire game. Well, Manga Hero, I haven't played it myself, but I have watched a couple friends of mine play it, and... they all seem to have an okay time with it. I guess it has some issues, but... oh, good. Great. Okay. Now we can loot the remaining cells on this level as well, and I believe one of these should have the witch's hat. Moonlight Stone. I think it's in one of the last cells on the eastern side. There it is. As it does, Chibi Chem. School does tend to do that. And I think this one should be Frakes equipment. Yup, there it is. You are cute. Wow, gee, thanks. Okay, so that's everything from this zone. Now we need to get Latria to Pure Black so we can go get the Primeval Demon's Soul and deal with Black Phantom Rydell. Oh, alright, Alex. That's a decent way to start.
You come back alive.
That was what he said.
Okay. Actually, Dull Rat's Ring we don't need. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh, the rogue's clothes have definitely changed a fair bit. I will have to try those on a female character, I guess, because Bluepoint has decided that you're not allowed to use the Statue of Reflection to change your gender to wear other armor anymore for some asinine reason.
We are indebted.
All right. Let's see. Ah. It was so much more convenient with the original menu layout to switch your equipment. Yeah. I guess this is okay. This bit about Frake's past as well seems to have been embellished in the remake, because his original armor description never mentioned it. Yeah, this is an alright set of armor for a light build. It definitely looks a little more interesting than the black leather stuff. Light cloth shirt fit for swiftly carrying out assassinations. Lurking in the shadows, covert operations were carried out directly under the king's order. Victims would seldom see the rogues before it is too late. It is wingless. It's really stupid.
I was worried sick.
I don't think it was Log. I don't think it ever mentioned saints in the original. The description of his armor was just really basic, like 1 or 2 sentences, if I remember correctly.
We are indebted to you.
Alright, so what are we at for world tendency? Stonefang is almost pure black, it looks like. Boletaria is near pure white. Latria is pure white. Oh, I see what you're saying, Log. I gotcha. Alright, well. Let's deal with Boletaria first, then. Where would be the best place, I wonder, to... You know, actually... Exactly, Manga Hero. Blue Point should have just done that. It's not exactly the most convenient, but the 3 Red-Eye Knights here, this will do. Hey, idiot. And you. And you. Thank you. Now to do this 5 or 6 more times. Oh, good, and I'm glad that they default us to this Archstone rather than the previous one. Because it used to be in the original that no matter where you died, you would always respawn at the Archstone at the beginning of the zone you died in. So if you were to try to backtrack from the Penetrator Archstone, as I'm doing now, and suicide on these 3 Red-Eye Knights, when you died, you would respawn at the Phalanx Archstone, or rather the Tower Knight Archstone, I mean. Yes, Manga Hero, that's correct. It's a neat little detail also that when you use an Ephemeral Eye Stone, you see your character's muscles appear as your body reforms. Not just in Japan, Manga Hero. To be fair, red eyes usually mean evil anywhere. Let's actually get a closer look at this when we, Yeah, you can see your bones and your muscles. What a neat little detail. I really hope I don't end up having to farm Ephemeral Eye Stones, because that would just be a huge pain. Also, I don't know who designed the attack hitboxes these guys have, but boy, a single one of them is just a hitbox spam and a half. Never mind 3. Honestly, Lottie, it's more reliable to farm from the Black Phantom giant depraved ones in 5.2. Because the Black Phantom version of that enemy is guaranteed to drop an Ephemeral Eye Stone, and they can also drop Pure Faint Stone. Very, very rarely. True, Venetia. For what that's worth. Actually, if we warp here now, it should update World Tendency. Yup, I believe that's pure black. So now let me go get my souls. Quasar, so that I can get the colorless demon soul here. And you know, I just realized it was foolish of me to do this now. Because it means I'm going to have to fight the False King in Oh wait, no, actually it doesn't. If I go kill Black Phantom Meralda first, and then come deal with the Primeval Demon, it should be fine, actually.
I was worried sick. We are indebted to you.
So actually, we're gonna go to 1-1. Oh, the Storm King boss room, Chibi Kem. Never would have guessed, Chibi. Ah, the heck with that Crystal Lizard. He's only going to have tier 1 and maybe tier 2 materials. So who even cares? I'm going to have to fight these idiots anyway. If you do it this way, though, you can prevent them from being able to use their jump attack. Or whatever that's worth. And she'll be on the left here. Later! Yeah, I believe she... I don't want to risk resetting because it might update world tendency. I don't think it should, but I'm not sure I want to take the risk. Ah, great, and that crap landed on the... Alright, well, since I already killed the dragons, what I'll do is... I'll go kill the Primeval Demon, and then I'll come back, and then I'll reload. Just to be sure. Yeah, Lottie, the Storm Ruler is much more effective on Doran. And as a matter of fact, thank you for reminding me, because I still have to go back and deal with him. Yeah, that much I know, Log. I was told about that in the beginning, and I've seen it proven many times. I've actually used it. Because that's now the case, Log, and it wasn't the case in the original, I do not trust quitting to the title screen and reloading not to update world tendency either. So just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna go kill the Primeval Demon in 1-3. And then I'm going to come back and reload and see if it actually is an issue. And then deal with Doran. It'll be much less annoying to go back and forth through 1-2 because the dragon is now gone. What a bunch of idiots. Then there's another bunch of idiots right over here. Hi, guys! Oh, I missed one. Okay. Yeah, this is much less irritating without the dragon. I just hope the enemies actually stay dead, because in the original, due to the game's limited draw distance, if you killed a bunch of enemies in 1-1 and then you went too far into zone 1-2, the enemies you killed in 1-1 would respawn just because you got too far away. Hey, amateur, welcome! Yeah, Manga Hero, that's one of the main reasons I like this build for low-level characters. Because on low-level characters, even what would be a relatively weak hit to a character with more health knocks off a substantial portion of your HP, so you're constantly having to scarf grass, and you have to carry a bunch of, like, weaker healing grass on you at all times for that purpose, so the regen build obviates the need for that. Hey, Mel! Alright. Right, I need to remember I'm in pure black world tendency. These guys are actually capable of doing real damage. You see there, I just took about 75% of my max HP and damage, and thanks to the regeneration, I don't even... God, a third great axe! I don't even need any of the healing grass these guys are dropping. It's just really handy for inventory management, and because of the way that they've tried to rebalance the weight of healing items in the remake, it's even more helpful for our inventory management in this version of the game because healing items are so much heavier. Alright, there's one colorless demon soul. Now back to 1-1.
Much obliged.
Quasar, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Well, Manga Hero, yes, except that even though you can send stuff back to storage now, you're just not able to carry as many healing items as you used to. So, the regen build didn't used to be such a tremendous advantage at higher levels where you had tons of item burden. But now, even at higher levels, because the higher tier and even the middle tiers of healing grass weigh multiple times more than they used to, being able to just regenerate HP passively at a really an incredibly fast rate over time prevents you from having to carry almost any of that stuff. Manga Hero, at this rate, based on the changes they made in the last patch, I have a sinking feeling there is a chance they might do that. And if they're willing to do that, then nothing is safe. Hyper mode's not safe. None of the balance that made this such a good game is safe if they do that. So it seems Bluepoint hasn't learned anything from FromSoft's failures when it comes to preserving the jank being a good thing for the game and for the balance. No, Venetia. All right. Actually, now we'll see if the enemies in 1-1 have respawned since we've traveled so far away. Because in the original, we've gone far enough away that they would have respawned by now. Log, read the patch notes I just posted from the patch a couple of days ago. There are some good changes in there, but there are also some incredibly stupid, ill-advised changes that do nothing but make the game worse. No, Log, I don't think they would go that far, but I do worry, based on what we've seen in this most recent patch, that they would be willing to do things like mess with the attack power or damage or general balance of weapons and spells and whatnot. Because they were willing to mess with very deliberately intended core balancing decisions that affected PvP. So, messing with weapon attack power and whatnot is the next step after that. And it looks like enemies here didn't respawn. Another unfortunate thing is that it's now so much slower to kill enemies with backstabs, because the backstab animations are so long. Alright. Let's try reloading. We are at Pure Black World Tendency right now. Log, I don't think I would take that for granted that anything numerical is safe. Okay, it did work. So that can go. And did it affect world tendency? It did not. Okay, so it looks like reloading is fine. It's just actually teleporting between archstones or resting at the same one, apparently, is not. Alright. Therefore... let us now see... okay, yeah, we're back to near pure white, it looks like. I really would like to go get rid of these souls. Log, the community would be up in arms with them if they tried to mess with the Scraping Spear or Acid Cloud. We already killed him, Log. And I don't care about Pure White. I've already done the Pure White events in Boletaria.
We are in debt.
I can forge weapons. You come back alive.
Actually, the guillotine axe looks quite a bit different. Yeah, wow, it looks quite a bit different. Jeez. Well, it looks like its direct hit effect should be about the same. Although I definitely liked its old appearance better. Now it looks more generic. It looks like just the head of a regular battle axe on a shortened shaft. Whereas in the original, it looked much more purpose-built for executions. It had a straight, flat, single-beveled edge that would have been probably much more suitable for severing vertebrae. Yeah, Log, every axe and club type weapon has direct hit. Yeah, LS Dawson, now it just looks like a really stupid looking regular battle axe. I'm disappointed with this change. That's a shame. Ah, thank you, Venetia. No, Log, I think it actually looks less realistic. An executioner's axe would have been more a tool than a weapon. Nobody wields the head of a two-handed axe on a handle that short. That's less realistic, if anything.
I was worried sick.
We are indebted.
Yeah, Wingless, and the original one did. Blue Point definitely took some weird liberties with some of the designs. Alright,
Yep, I'm that good.
Yes, Manga Hero, hyper armor is how certain weapons have attacks that are not interruptible. Because the poise system that was introduced in Dark Souls 1 and then later nerfed into the ground in Dark Souls 2 and 3 does not exist in Demon Souls. Demon Souls only has hyper armor, and hyper armor is specific to certain attacks on certain weapons. Whereas poise affected your character, regardless of what weapon you were using. Hyper mode, Manga Hero, is when you equip the Morian Blade and the Clever Rat's Ring together and reduce your health under 30%. I believe that's where the threshold is. And it gives you a massive boost to all types of damage that you deal. Thank you, Amateur. Yeah, the Executioner's Axe does have a much flatter head. It's not intended to be used as a weapon. Again, it's really more of a tool. Okay. Manga Hero, I believe it's about 3.5 to 4 times the normal amount of damage. It's a massive, massive boost. It basically enables you to kill almost any regular enemy in 1 or 2 hits. But then, of course, you also die in 1 or 2 hits. So it's just basically a glass cannon setup.
Oh, thank you. I was worried sick. We are in debt. No.
No problem, Chibi. Go get some rest. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate you hanging out. And we will catch you next time. Whatever.
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
Okay. Now I think we are positioned to go deal with his demonic majesty. And actually, even before we do that, I'm going to put the thief ring on because it'll make it a little bit easier to speedrun this. Yeah, Wingless, because, again, it's a tool, not a weapon. So it's shaped like a sword, and it functions as a sword, but there's no reason for the Executioner's sword to have a point on it. Because it's only meant to be basically a gigantic cleaver. And you might notice that that Executioner's sword, I think that's the same one. I didn't actually have an opportunity to look at the image. But if it's the one I'm thinking of, it has 3 holes near the tip. Those holes are for weights. So that you can weight the end in order to make it easier to cut somebody's head off. And you would never ever see that on an actual weapon meant for battle. I figured it was, Wingless, yeah. Is it the one with the German inscription on it? The one that says, on whom I use this sword, may God have mercy on his soul? Because that's a pretty famous sword, actually, and in fact, I think I've seen it on sale on eBay for like $30,000. Time for napping. Boy, this guy knows. It's not like they could have made the elevator ride take a little less time. Also, I'm glad to see that there are still the Dreglings cranking the elevator. Yes, this is the one, amateur. This is the one I was thinking of. Alright, now let's see if the old trick still works to lose his aggro. You probably can, Third Impact. Yeah, Amateur, I was just doing a general approximate translation from the German, as I remembered it off the top of my head. So you put on the Thief's Ring and you stand over here. Oh, well, they did a good job with the soundtrack for this fight, at least. This is a pretty good rendition of his theme. It looks like it worked. It did. Also, one really neat little detail about the demonic version of Alant is that if you look closely at him, he has wings made of souls. You see those white, ghostly wings that are coming off of him? Those are not god rays from the environment. They're part of his character model. Oh, very good, Alex. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, normally, if I had the ability to cast Poison Cloud, we could just stand behind him and cast Poison Cloud and poison him to death and not actually have to fight him. Oh, very good, Alex. Well, yeah, the wings are fog, but it's unclear whether or not the fog is actually made out of souls. Because the fog goes where the demons go. Or rather, the demons go where the fog goes, one or the other. I'm not sure which are the cause and which is the effect, but... Alright, let's do this. Here we go. I'm gonna need to pull out all the stops for this. See if I still remember how to fight this guy. Oh no you don't! I know this! I know this trick. I probably could have gotten in a third hit. Oh, no. That's just a one-shot, I guess. Okay. Manga Hero, I can't use lock-on in this game. I can't use it. The camera is so bad. Exertion, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Damn it! I did get past him. But then I screwed it up. Pardon me, sir. Hey, Adalakas, welcome! Yeah, Third Impact, you always could. The trick was, when you see him start charging up the AoE, you instinctively figure he has hyper armor for that move, and you just better run. But actually, no, you can stagger him out of it. And it's better to do that because it's basically free hits. Oh, did he, Manga Hero? Was he using hyper mode or just a regular, regular pure mage? Interesting, Manga Hero. I guess I'll have to go check. Well, Duke, Mage is mostly busted in this game because Hyper Mode exists. I mean, if I were on a Mage build that could cast Firestorm, you can, in Hyper Mode, you can kill the False King in one Firestorm if enough of the pillars hit him. Red, I can confirm from many prior playthroughs that Hyper Mage is every bit as broken as you probably imagine it to be. Oh, that's awesome. I love how now when he thinks you're not there, that he was seeing things, he goes, blah, and he turns around. That's great. Now, it would be nice if I had enough MP to be able to use Second Chance. Stamina. Ideally, what you want to do is stay far enough away from him to bait one of these rushing attacks, and then just get away from him and, okay, or when he does this. Ah, damn it. Well, that's Soul Suck. Okay, at least it still works from him, although he's not going to get any levels out of me because I'm at base level. It looks like they've made this attack harder to avoid. It looks like he has more range on Soul Suck now. It used to be a much, much shorter range. Jack, I'm guessing you're asking about the skip in the Shrine of Storms where you jank yourself up the wall on the first staircase where I guess it's the second section of the staircase in 4.1. And no, they've changed the terrain there so that it no longer works in that spot. There's another spot on the first section of the staircase where Marcus did confirm that it works there, but it's vastly harder to do now. It's much less reliable. Log, if you have that clip, if you want to post it, because I know you're the one who posted it last time. You can go ahead and throw that in chat for Jack if you want. It's not just his gimmick, Manga Hero. Mephistopheles can use it too. And frankly, Mephistopheles is the one that I'm more concerned about. They changed one of them, no third impact. The one where you roll off the wall on the battlement past the two skeleton archers, that one still works. The one that drops you at the Regenerator's Ring, you can still do that one. I haven't tried the one directly above the Adjudicator that lets you fall through the floor. I don't know if that one is still possible, but the wall one is. Ah, see, Monotone, this is one of the reasons I like doing base level playthroughs. Because then you don't have to worry about soul suck. You can be like, yeah, suck my base level nuts, King Alant. Thank you, Log. Oh, very good, Monotone. Congratulations. Oh, that'd be the worst, Ultralex. That, frankly, considering some of the backward changes they made in this version of the game, I'm surprised they didn't do that. All right. You do have to be careful of that, because he can throw that wave of magic at you. And he'll mix that into his combos as well. No, you don't. You do have to be careful about going in on him too hard. Because he can occasionally hyper armor through your stuff. So it's safest to hit him from behind when he starts using this. Boy, he really loves this today, doesn't he? Come on, dude! You're practically giving it to me for free! Again? Yeah, see, that you have to be careful of, because he'll follow it right up when you knock him out of his AoE. And there it is again. I guess I do remember how to fight him. I don't want to keep shoving that. Yeah, you have to wait on the dodge for Soul Suck. Okay. With this, it's all about patience and watching your openings. And spacing. Damn it! You're through, buddy. Oh no, how did you defeat my precious demon? I don't even know what that accent is.
How did you defeat my demonic reflection?
Oh.
How many souls might you have devoured, I wonder?
Framped?
The rest is up to the Old One. If it is to be, then you shall be beckoned.
This isn't still Peter Marinker doing this voice, is it? I don't think so. Yep, it's Framped all right. Oh, he is Sugar Crow? I didn't know that, although I know you've been playing Anno quite a lot. And here we go. Man, somebody's gonna have a lot of work to do cleaning up all that broken glass. Oh, it is still Peter Marinker log. Interesting. He doesn't sound very much like he originally did. Although he also had a really weird splorchy filter on his voice in the original game. So maybe that's why. Alright, what I'm going to do at this point in time is... I'm going to back up my save file. Because there are some tests I still want to run, and I don't want to have to play through the game all over again in order to run them. So I'm gonna... save data. I'm gonna upload the Demon Souls save file to cloud storage. And then we're gonna go finish the game, and then I'll download it again later. Okay, auto-sync for save data is enabled. I think I want to turn that off. I wonder how you turn off auto-sync. Well, I'll worry about it later. Well, Lex, that's what I want to experiment with, but I'll do that off camera. Okay, it looks like it permanently turned off auto-sync for Demon Souls, which is good. I don't want it syncing after I've done my experiments. Alright, there we go. So... honestly, I'm not sure that we'd even be able to, complete Mephistopheles' quest at this point anyway, because... I believe once you beat the final Archdemon and the area below the Nexus opens up, her quest progression becomes blocked. Alright.
Hark, I hear a voice of yore. The Old One calls for thee. Let us proceed below to its lair.
Okay, whatever you say, girl. Oh, okay, Log, that'd be helpful. I would have loved it if in this cutscene you hit the side of the pit on the way down and just die during the cutscene as a joke. Wow, actual facial expressions. So, the old one, nobody is really sure exactly what it is. It appears to be some kind of weird cross between a gigantic tree and a gigantic worm. And of course, JPEG birds for scale, not even flapping their wings.
Old one, I have granted thy wish. A new demon. Come now, be good.
Vegan Lavos. I guess, Artista, that's one way to look at it. What I'm really interested in... Oh, and there's the sword from up above that dropped down. What I'm really interested in is if we can see more of the old one in the remake than we could in the original. Now, there used to be a little out-of-bounds jump that you could do off the rubble here, but it doesn't look like the rubble you need for it even still exists. Which is unfortunate, but... Over to the right, it used to be possible to see... sort of like the tail of the old one, and... It was basically just a gigantic worm that... or a gigantic tree worm-looking thing that extended off into the distance and eventually connected to or went behind an island over that way. But to my disappointment, it appears that we can see even less of the old one in this version than we used to be able to. That's a shame.
Let us proceed below to its land.
All right.
You have been chosen by the Old One.
Oh?
Will you seek the everlasting demon souls? Or has the monumental blinded you? Whatever your choice, you are our first visitor. May you be welcome here.
He says that, and yet when we walk in, he's like, hey, welcome to die!
Surely you have seen for yourself the pain and suffering that fills this world. But God is merciful, and so created the Old One, a poison to the poison. The Old One will feed upon our souls and put an end to this tragedy.
So he actually has a secret line of dialogue if you let him kill you.
This rotten world.
Which is this. Just one line of dialogue. I will in a minute, Sugar Crow. I just wanted to get the dialogue. What? Well, I always forget that the floor is no longer there. They put you in such an unsporting place when you respawn in the Nexus at the end of the game. They put you here after having conditioned you to walk straight backward, and you just forget and you walk back into the pit. Well, it's not like I'll have any trouble getting those souls back, so whatever. Yeah, Sugar Crow, then the thing I said it would be funny if it happened, happened. It's almost like I predicted the future.
You have been chosen.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you, Frampt. Ugh. Boy, he didn't used to do this much damage. And yeah, it's the same King Alon. He should have, there it is. In his arm, the real Soul Brand is still stuck in his arm. And then he's got all this other weird crap, but he's basically just a blob. Because that's what he became. You want to talk about splorching? Also, he has a lot more health than he did in the original.
Enough of this rotten one.
Wow. And he does a lot more damage. This was just meant to be a victory lap. But... probably not quite monotone, no. Phalanx is made of slime. And Alant is made out of just some random hodgepodge of flesh at this point. Yeah, Monotone, welcome to every Souls game.
You have been chosen.
I don't think he has hyper armor on most of his attacks. He shouldn't have it on any. There we go.
You fool. Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
Speak for yourself, pal. And we get his sword. Which we can promptly send to storage.
Thy work is done.
Fair enough, Monotone.
Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer.
Screw that log.
My thanks. At last. At last. The end is in sight.
We can't talk anymore. Okay, well...
The Old One, along with the Maiden, were swept back into the lulling fog. Boletaria was spared from the demons, but also lost its knowledge of the soul arts.
Which was probably for the
The
best.
souls lost during the pandemonium were never retrieved.
But they couldn't have been anyway.
And today, the unstable world has another monumental to hold its fabric together. A brave new hero of unprecedented power.
Probably seals Azot's devices or symbols that are intended to keep it placid or under control. Oh, that's right! I never dealt with Doran, did I? I forgot to do that. Oh well. Now, supposedly, somewhere in the credits here, there's a shot of the cat ring icon on a poster nailed to a tree. Azot's monumentals are basically a human soul sealed inside of a wooden idol to transcend the human lifespan. There it is, on the left! Yep, okay. I don't think that area is accessible in the main game, though. Wherever that poster is. Well, alright. Oh, you can log? What zone is it in? Is that in the tutorial somewhere? Or Boletaria? Oh, 1-3. Okay, log. Gotcha. Monotone, I mean, you've already heard my thoughts. You've been hearing them throughout the entirety of this playthrough. And it looks like... Oh, actually, we'll have a chance to see who the... Oh, God, maybe we won't. Yeesh, I can't read any of this. Thanks for making the voice actors' names so small that they're illegible. Really appreciate that, Blue Point. GG, guys. It was Peter Marinker for Alon? Okay, Wingless. I guess it really was the same actor then. Thanks, Wingless. Yeah, the voice cast is kind of important. You'd think that they'd be written in somewhat larger typeface, but... Stug, I don't know that that's my favorite change. Honestly, I think my favorite change is being able to send items back to storage from anywhere. Because it's not quite getting around, or it's not quite eliminating item burden, but it gets around it well enough. And that's probably the single most important quality of life feature that I wanted personally. There's the concept art of the False King and the Blue Dragon. Yeah, Rekuto, I believe this stuff is all original concept art. Although, some of it might be, in fact, all of it probably, from the looks of it, is concept art specifically for the remake. Because some of this looks like it's based on original concept art, like the one of Alant and the Dragon, but that Flame Lurker is definitely the new design, not the old one. Breakfast, in my view, gameplay-related improvements always take precedence over visual-related improvements, unless it's to do with improving the frame rate. That's an interesting concept art of the Fool's Idol there, and of the Man-Eaters. Well, Artista, that's why I make the exception for frame rate, because it kind of straddles the line, you know? Oh, Breakfast, now you're just trolling. Skewer, I beg to differ. I never saw any of this art used in any of the promotions for the game. This would be concept... well, originally it was concept art of the bosses. Now it seems to be concept art specifically for the remake of the remake designs for the bosses. Skewer, concept art is made for the graphic designers and animators to use as a reference, basically. Promotional art is made to sell the game. And as far as I know, none of this artwork was ever made to sell or market the game. It was just those first two trailers was all anybody saw of this before it hit retail. Was there log? I never saw that. Let me see. Did they post a bunch of these? Okay, yeah, see, this stuff, some of this is concept art log, some of it is actual in-game assets. Yeah, it looks like they've even got a bunch of rough 3D renders of some of the zones. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Log, this is a mix of concept art and in-game assets, is what this is. Oh, are you, Skewer? I learned something new about you today. Ty Tyrrell, it is not harder than Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne. I would argue there's a very strong case for Demon Souls being the easiest Souls game, by a wide margin, in fact. Although it seems as though the health and attack damage of some of the bosses has been increased in the remake. I will say that. At least it feels that way to me. Well, Ty Terrell, I mean, do you go around believing everything you hear on the internet? Because people will state their opinions, but an opinion is not always going to be the same as a different opinion. And sometimes neither of those opinions are going to be the same as the actual game balancing and, you know, the objective, measurable facts. So I would say, Ty, the best thing you can do is play this for yourself, if you can get a freaking PS5. And decide for yourself. But I will tell you, from having played all of the Souls games extensively, and from also having worked on official strategy guides for most of the Souls games, that this is the easiest one by a wide margin, according to a number of measurable metrics. Oh, you scratched your Bloodborne disc? That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, the scalpers do, Breakfast. Shirosuke, certain aspects of it, like the camera behavior, are definitely worse. There, on the other hand, have been some quality of life improvements, which are absolutely better. Like being able to store items remotely, no matter where you are. And then there are some things that are a matter of opinion, like preventing players from being able to level down in PvP. My personal opinion on that is that it's a detrimental change, but for other people it will be a positive change, and I think the majority probably just won't care. So if you...
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
If you were to do something really lame, like give every aspect of this remake a score, and then go back to the original and give every aspect of the original a score, and then aggregate those scores and average them for each version of the game and put them side by side, I think, for me, those scores would end up coming out pretty close to each other. There are definitely things I preferred about the original, and there are a few things that I prefer about this, but I think overall, this really is a very decent remake of the original. Again, there are a few minor things I would change, and one major thing, that being the camera, but other than that, I mean, it's alright. I definitely don't have a big pile of crap to throw at it like I did for Dark Souls 2. I will say that. And I'm sure I will be playing more of this in the future, but for the time being, I need to go get some dinner and some rest. So we are going to go raid my friend Choosy, who is actually working on her first playthrough of Dark Souls 2. And I know that some of you don't agree with me on Dark Souls 2, and out of respect for those people, and also because she's the person who's streaming the game that I think right now is most likely that the majority of you will stick around for, we're going to go raid her. So thank you all once again from the bottom of my heart for hanging out with me today. Thank you all for your support, your company, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time. Have a great evening, everybody. Please stay safe, and I will catch you all then. Let's go make Choosy's evening. She'll be so happy to have some company. And you guys are really going to like her. She's really sweet. Good night, everyone. Take care.